Good morning. The Committee on Oversight and Government Reform will come to order, and without objection, the Chair is authorized to declare a recess at any time. We're going to have a hearing today about the oversight of the National Park Service. 2016 represents the 100 years since the Park Service was founded. It should be a milestone for the Park Service, but we instead find an agency in crisis. We have a lot of good, hardworking people who do a good service for this nation. They serve. The public is attending the parks at record numbers, but we're still having problems. We should be working to increase the visitation and providing recreational opportunities to the American people. The mission of the National Park Service is to, quote, preserve unimpaired the natural and cultural resources and values of the National Park Service park system for the enjoyment, education, and inspiration of this and future generations, end quote. But that does not work when you have so many multiple cases of serious, long-standing employee misconduct that is distracting the agency from its mission. There is no doubt that when you hire tens of thousands of people to work at the Park Service, there are going to be some bad apples, and those bad apples are going to cause untold disruption and heartache to a lot of people, but if they're not dealt with in a swift manner, if they're not dealt with appropriately, the problem becomes worse, and that is the situation, at least from my vantage point, that I see. During the last few months, the Department of Interior Inspector General has issued numerous reports highlighting how the agency is failing. Those reports reveal the Park Service is failing to protect its employees, in particular from a rash of sexual harassment. Even worse, when the employees suffer the harassment, they're discouraged by management from reporting it and sometimes even retaliated against. Just yesterday, the Inspector General released yet another report of sexual harassment showing a pattern of this behavior in yet another park, the Canaveral National Seashore. Across the country, sexual harassment at the Grand Canyon River District was so bad it took a letter from 13 victims, directly to the Secretary of Interior before any action was taken. Allegedly, this behavior had been going on for about a decade. Unfortunately, it doesn't stop there. The superintendent of the Grand Canyon himself, David Ubaraga, had a history of inappropriate behavior. In 2008, the Inspector General determined that Mr. Ubaraga unethically profited on the sale of land to a park concessionaire who he oversaw. He was also found to have made misleading statements related to the sale. At the time, his supervisor was then Superintendent Jarvis, who decided that a letter of reprimand was enough of a punishment, just a letter. Sold this home for 3 times the value to somebody who was doing business with the Park Service, and a letter was the reprimand. When the facts came to light, once again, Director Jarvis was there to protect his friend, and instead of firing or doing some negative repercussions, he offered him a cushy job in a position in Washington, D.C. The service has also poorly managed its Equal Employment Opportunity Program. For over a decade, the service has failed to meet its EEOC requirements. Claims can take years to process, and the service has consistently failed to maintain a functional EEO program. In the case of the Grand Canyon, it has taken more than 2 years to finalize claims of retaliation from whistleblowers who reported harassment. 2 years. 2 years. We're seeing how a disregard for the EEO process leads to a culture that tolerates sexual harassment and retaliation. Those failures are multiplied by the Park Services, and in particular, Director Jarvis's failure to hold management accountable for these transgressions. The service is also failing to adequately oversee its contracts, and hopefully we'll get into that as well. But perhaps most troubling, the service suffers from failures to maintain ethical standards at the highest levels. Director Jarvis, who is appearing before us today, was removed from overseeing the service's ethics program due to his own ethical failures. Director Jarvis failed to get a book deal approved by the Ethics Office, lied to the Secretary of Interior, and afterwards tried to cover up his tracks. When the person in charge isn't following the rules, we can't expect anybody at the agency as well. Something needs to change, and it needs to change fast. We can't keep continuing to turn a blind eye to misconduct or discourage employees from reporting misconduct. Employee misconduct erodes Americans' faith in their government. It destroys morale for the vast majority of employees who are hardworking, they're dedicated, they abide by the rules, and they should not have to go to work in a hostile environment. And when they don't sense that the management has their back, that they're going to take care of them, they're going to watch after them, and that they will hold the management responsible, it creates a culture that is hostile, and it should not be tolerated. There are ethical problems. There are backlogs of projects. There's lack of plans to deal with these backlogs, inconsistency in enforcement of laws and rules, and these are just some of the things that plague the Park Service, and that's why we're having the hearing today. I appreciate the witnesses for being here. I yield back the balance of my time and now recognize the Ranking Member, Mr. Cummings, for his opening statement.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Today's hearing involves a variety of allegations at the National Park Service, unfortunately spanning several years. And I want to thank our witnesses for being here today, including National Park Director Jonathan Jarvis, Deputy Inspector General Mary Kendall, whose office has issued many of the reports we will be discussing today. For example, the Inspector General's office has identified an instance of contract steering at the Denver Service Center, the unauthorized purchase of automatic weapons at the Mojave National Preserve, and the improper use of government housing at Yellowstone National Park. As a result of the Inspector General's work, we also learned that Director Jarvis violated federal ethics rules when he wrote and published a book without clearing it through the Department's ethics office. Although he does not appear to have benefited financially, he showed contempt for the government's ethics rules when he told the Inspector General's office that he probably would do the same thing again. That is amazing, that he would do it again today because he has, and I quote, always pushed the envelope, end of quote. You know, the chairman talked about morale. He talked about the public's confidence in government. That kind of attitude is the very thing that leads to low morale. It leads to a lack of confidence by the public. And so, as a result, the director has now been stripped of his authority over ethics at the National Park Service and is undergoing mandatory ethics training himself right now. Most troubling of all, however, the reports from the Inspector General's office detail, and I quote, and this is very upsetting, and I quote, a long pattern of sexual harassment and hostile work environment, end of quote, at the Grand Canyon River District. The Grand Canyon's former superintendent received a report in 2013 documenting multiple allegations of sexual harassment. But that report did not determine whether further investigations was warranted or whether disciplinary action should be pursued. A year later, 13 current and former employees sent their allegations of abusive behavior to the Secretary of the Interior. The Secretary referred these allegations to the Inspector General for investigation. The Inspector General's office identified 22 other individuals who, and I quote, reported experiencing or witnessing sexual harassment and hostile work environments, end of quote. The Inspector General's office also found that previous reports of sexual harassment, and I quote, were not properly investigated or reported, end of quote. In addition, within the last few days, the Inspector General's office issued a new report detailing, and I quote, a pattern of sexual harassment, end of quote, against 3 female employees by a law enforcement supervisor at the Canaveral National Seashore. These reports obviously raise very serious issues. Women have the right to work anywhere, including our national parks, without fear that they may be harassed by fellow employees or ignored or even retaliated against by managers when they report these abuses. The Park Service's Equal Employment Opportunity Program, the program directly responsible for handling complaints of harassment and retaliation, does not meet some of the most basic standards of a model program. These reports demonstrate how critical it is that the Senate pass my bill, the Federal Employee Anti-Discrimination Act, which Chairman Chaffetz co-sponsored and which passed the House by a vote of 403 to nothing. Finally, I want to highlight one more issue that needs urgent attention, and that is the funding for the rehabilitation of the Arlington Memorial Bridge, which was built in 1932 across the Potomac River to connect the Lincoln Memorial and the Arlington National Cemetery. Unfortunately, an inspection in February found that the bridge has severely deteriorated. If a complete overhaul does not begin by 2019, the bridge is slated to be shut down within 5 years. Rehabilitating the bridge is estimated to cost $250 million, while the National Park Service's entire transportation budget for 2016 is $268 million. This is an issue that Congress needs to address, and I hope our witnesses here today will be able to discuss this as well. With that, Mr. Chairman, I anxiously look forward to the testimony, and I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. We'll hold the record open for 5 legislative days for any member who would like to submit a written statement. We'll now recognize our witnesses, starting with Mr. John Jarvis, the Director of the National Park Service at the United States Department of Interior. We also have Ms. Mary Kendall. She's the Deputy Inspector General at the Office of the Inspector General at the United States Department of the Interior. We welcome you both. Pursuant to committee rules, all witnesses are to be sworn before they testify. If you will please rise and raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. You may be seated, and let the record reflect that each of the witnesses answered in the affirmative. We have your written statements, but in order to allow time for vibrant discussion today, we would appreciate if you would limit your oral testimony to 5 minutes, and again, your entire written statement will be made part of the record. Director Jarvis, you are now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Chaffetz, Ranking Member Cummings, and members of the committee. I'm here today to discuss oversight of the National Park Service. I'll summarize my written statements and ask that the complete statement be included in the record. The National Park Service manages many of our nation's most iconic and beloved landscapes, historic sites, and numerous programs and places that offer the American public access to open space and preserve our history and culture. We are seeing record-breaking visitation, more than 300 million last year, and the resulting economic activity created by the parks topped $16 billion. We're accomplishing all of this on an annual budget that is less than the city of Austin, Texas. This year, we are commemorating our 100th anniversary of the National Park Service, and we're asking more of our employees than ever before as we use this milestone to promote all the work we do to inspire new, younger, more diverse audiences. The national parks are supported and loved by the American public because they are well managed, protected, interpreted, and maintained by a professional workforce, employees who take great pride in their work and hold themselves to high standards of conduct. But we are an organization of human beings. By our very nature, we make mistakes individually and collectively. We can't stop all wrongdoing, but when we see improper situations, we can respond thoughtfully to implement changes and keep it from happening again. I would like to emphasize that the vast majority of the National Park Service's 22,000 employees conduct themselves with great integrity and passion for their work. This makes it all more disappointing when we find mistakes and wrongdoing in our ranks. And sometimes those mistakes happen at the top. Last year, I wrote a book to celebrate the National Park Service centennial. My goal was to inspire and engage more Americans in our national parks. I wrote this book in my personal capacity and directed that any book proceeds benefit the NPS through the nonprofit publisher of Eastern National and the congressionally established National Park Foundation. I donated the copyright to the NPF and received no personal benefit from the sales of the book. That was never my goal. However, I wrote that book without appropriate appreciation and regard for my responsibility to follow established processes, including consulting the Department's Ethics Office. As a result of my actions, I received formal reprimand and am actively participating in monthly ethics training. Additionally, my duties as the National Park Service Ethics Officer have been removed and transferred to the Deputy Assistant Secretary for Fish, Wildlife, and Parks. I was wrong to not seek ethics guidance. I am sorry that I failed initially to understand and even accept my mistake. I have apologized to all NPS employees through my memo distributed to the field, and I urge them all to learn from my mistake and to ask for ethics guidance when it is needed. I also offer my apology to the American people who have entrusted me with leading the National Park Service and upholding the highest standards of public service. I was held accountable for my mistake. Holding employees accountable is essential to the National Park Service to uphold the public trust it enjoys. When mistakes and inappropriate actions are identified, we must follow due process and determine appropriate response. In some cases, the NPS identifies misconduct and refers the case to the Office of Inspector General to investigate. We do that to ensure an impartial review. For instance, the NPS referred a case involving the improper purchase of firearms and weapons at the Mojave National Preserve to the OIG. Together, they ensured that the situation was thoroughly investigated and those involved were held accountable. In other cases, reports to the Inspector General come from others. The National Park Service is committed to cooperating with the Office of Inspector General and takes its reports very seriously. One example, of course, is the recent report on sexual harassment at the Grand Canyon River District. The National Park Service leadership is extremely disappointed in the situation here, and we are acting quickly and thoughtfully to change the conditions that allowed this to happen. We have zero tolerance for sexual harassment. We are committed to fundamentally changing the culture that previously allowed such harassment to develop and occur. Among leadership, we take a comprehensive service-wide approach to addressing sexual harassment. We will identify and fix the conditions that allow harassment to take place, build work environments where everyone is treated with respect and dignity, and hold these individuals who engage in sexual harassment accountable. That includes senior leaders. The superintendent at Grand Canyon retired on June 1 and will be selecting a new superintendent soon. With the advice and support of members of Congress, including Congresswoman Nikki Tsongas, the National Park Service is learning from other large organizations who have reduced sexual harassment, including the Department of Defense and the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. We will conduct an anonymous nationwide survey of employees to understand the prevalence of sexual harassment, and we'll use that information to inform at every level of the organizations. We are committed to ensuring that every NPS employee can work in a safe and secure environment and they are treated with respect. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That concludes my oral statement, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Ms. Kendall, you're now recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member Cummings, and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify today about a series of reports the Office of Inspector General has issued regarding misconduct and mismanagement in the National Park Service. The Office of Inspector General serves a vital role as an independent, objective body to investigate matters that ultimately violate public trust. The OIG has a great deal of experience uncovering ethics and other conduct violations by Interior employees, high-ranking officials, and others whose positions of trust make their misconduct particularly detrimental to the operations of the Department, the morale of its employees, and the reputation of all Federal employees. I remain convinced that as a whole, those who engage in wrongdoing are in the minority. Unfortunately, misconduct by those few receives notoriety and casts a shadow over the entire Department. That shadow looms large, especially over NPS, following our recent release of investigative reports, including those that substantiated sexual harassment at Grand Canyon and Canaveral National Seashore, ethics violations by Director Jarvis, and misuse of park housing by the Chief Ranger at Yellowstone. Our investigative report on sexual harassment at the Grand Canyon provided a glaring example of NPS management failing to take proper action when employees reported wrongdoing. Similarly, after receiving an investigative report on the Chief Ranger of Yellowstone National Park violating the rules on the use of park housing, the Chief Ranger was transferred to another park and named superintendent. A recent media article raised concerns about the leadership at Cape Canaveral National Seashore. The OIG has issued 4 reports in 4 years on alleged misconduct and/or mismanagement at this park. 3 of the 4 reports substantiated allegations against the park's chief ranger, including violation of federal procurement rules, conduct unbecoming an NPS law enforcement officer, and sexual harassment. Last week, we issued a report to NPS about sexual harassment by the same chief ranger, who continues to serve in that position despite 3 substantiated allegations against him in less than 2 years. NPS has not had time to respond to this most recent report, but with 3 other reports in 4 years, this is a profound example of a leadership problem that NPS has failed to address at multiple levels. Finally, the same superintendent has been at Canaveral since 2010, was named as a subject in our 2012 report, and was found by the Merit Systems Protection Board to have committed reprisal against an NPS whistleblower for contacting the OIG. Yet we have no indication that NPS has taken disciplinary action against her. The Department does not do well in holding accountable those employees who engage in mismanagement or misconduct. We see too few examples of senior leaders making the difficult decision to impose meaningful corrective action and hold their employees accountable. Often, management avoids discipline altogether and attempts to address misconduct by transferring or counseling an offending employee, which is viewed by other employees as condoning misbehavior. NPS in particular has a real opportunity to address employee misconduct and mismanagement more meaningfully. A pattern and practice of accountability must begin at the top. Consistent messaging by senior leadership provides a clear message of what behavior is expected. We have encouraged leadership to demonstrate more support for those who serve in gatekeeper roles such as contracting officers and human resource personnel. But many such gatekeepers feel undue pressure from managers to make things happen, regardless of rules and regulations, such as that recently detailed in our report concerning allegations that the now former director of the NPS Denver Service Center improperly directed a contract award. Working with Interior's Deputy Secretary, Chief of Staff, and Office of the Solicitor, we have witnessed an increased effort to be more responsive and decisive in corrective actions regarding employee wrongdoing. We are encouraged by this at the department level, but we would like to see the same at the Bureau level, taking prompt, appropriate disciplinary action in response to OIG reports of misconduct. This concludes my prepared testimony. I would be happy to answer any questions that members of the subcommittee or of the committee would have.
Thank you. Thank you both. I'll now recognize myself for 5 minutes. Director Jarvis, I would agree with you that people do make mistakes, but I draw a distinction between mistakes and deception, which I view as a whole other category of problems. On June 11th of 2015, you wrote a handwritten note to Sally Jewell, the Secretary of the Department of Interior. It was 4 sentences long, barely 2 paragraphs. Do you stand by that? Was there anything wrong or deceptive about that handwritten note that you gave the Secretary?
So I wrote the note to let her know that I had published this book. It was, I think, her first awareness of the book. I said in that there were no ethics issues because I had written it on my own time. I had asked Eastern National, or I said in the note that Eastern National had requested it of me, which is Eastern National does publish a lot of books for the National Park Service, and that all benefits are going to the National Park Foundation. When I wrote that note, I thought I was following the ethics rules, with the exception that I had not asked permission to produce the book.
Why didn't you ask permission?
I felt that the book would be subject to extensive review and probably would not get published in the centennial.
So you made a conscious decision to not ask ethics because you thought that you wouldn't get the result that you ultimately wanted. So did Eastern National request that you write the book, or did you request of Eastern National that you write the book?
The facts of the case are that I asked Eastern National if they were interested in the book, and Eastern National responded to say, let me ask you to write the book.
And they had a multi-million-dollar contract with the Park Service, correct?
No, they have no contract with the National Park Service. They are a cooperating association.
Okay,
which
well,
means
the
we do not give
cooperation
them money.
results in millions of dollars of business. Here's my problem with what you wrote. It was not true. It was deceptive. And it was intended to make the appearance to the Secretary of the Interior that there was no ethical problem and that you were doing this at the request of Eastern National, neither of which were true, correct?
I think that it was incorrect.
Why should the Secretary trust you? Why should we trust you?
Because I have served as a public servant for 40 years, in leadership roles for 25 years with an impeccable record of service to the American people.
I don't know that I take issue with the idea that it's impeccable. When you give a handwritten note to the Secretary of Interior deceiving her on 2 key points.
And I apologized profusely.
No, what you said actually when you were confronted by the Inspector General, Ms. Kendall, I want you to weigh into this. With this record, you have this, was it a transcription or what was this interview with the director? We asked Jarvis whether looking back he would have done anything differently, and he said, and then it's quoted here, was that because it was transcribed or was that
I believe we
a recording?
transcribed that through a recording.
Mr. Jarvis, when you were asked about this by the Inspector General, this is what you said, and I'm going to quote, would I have done the same thing? Probably. I think I knew going into this there was a certain amount of risk. I've never been afraid of risk. I've gotten my ass in trouble many, many, many times by the Park Service by not necessarily getting permission. I've always pushed the envelope. And then you go on from there. That is your quote, correct?
That is my quote.
And now you're apologizing because we're essentially having a public hearing.
No, I apologized a long time ago, long before this hearing. And I apologized directly to the Secretary and to the leadership of the National Park Service. And that was a mistake, and I fully own it.
And you lied to her, you deceived her, and I think it's wholly inappropriate. And now we look at the situation that's happening in Cape Canaveral, or the Canaveral National Seashore. This Chief Ranger, I mean, this is a fairly small park in the big scheme of things, right? It has 50 or so employees, is that about right?
It's a small park. I don't know what the staffing size is.
So, Ranger Correa, how do you pronounce his name?
Korea.
3 documented cases of sexual harassment, procurement problems, conduct unbecoming. 3 of the 4 IG reports have been highlighting this, and your office, the National Park Service, is handing out awards, safety awards. How does somebody who's getting, on the one hand, reprimands and highlights and sexual harassment problems, again, there's only 50 people, and they got 3 documented sexual harassment issues. You go to the superintendent had allegations of reprisal that were found by the Merit Systems Protection Board and resulted in a settlement. You had to go into a settlement with the National Park Service. Those were, and the person's still on the job.
His commission has been removed, but he is still he's still a federal employee, but his responsibilities have been removed.
This becomes more than just an isolated incident where somebody makes a mistake. Ms. Kendall, you've been looking at this. Give us a perspective first, if you would, on the note that was written by Director Jarvis to the Secretary, and then I want to ask you about Canaveral.
I would say that the note was...
Sorry, move the microphone up a little tighter there. Sure. Just pull it up. There you go.
I would say that the note was not accurate, and I agree with your characterization that it was deceptive. Your other question was?
How severe is the situation at Canaveral? How often do you have to go back and write 3 reports on the same topic?
I would hope we would never have to write another report on any of those topics at that park again,
Has it been resolved?
not to my knowledge.
My time has expired. Let me go to the ranking member, Mr. Cummings.
Thank you very much. Ms. Kendall, you've identified, and I quote, evidence of a long-term pattern of sexual harassment and hostile work environment in the Grand Canyon River District. In addition, you had issued a report just a few days ago finding that a law enforcement supervisor at the Canaveral National Seashore has, and I quote, shown a pattern of sexual harassment, end of quote, against 3 employees at the seashore. Do you believe that these are isolated incidents, or are they indicative of more pervasive problems within the Park Service?
I cannot take these 2 examples.
Can you talk a little louder, please?
Certainly. I would not take these 2 examples and paint the entire Park Service with that same brush, but it does cause concern that there may be a more pervasive problem when you've got it at 2 different parks in this kind of level.
So what else is your office doing to try to answer this critical question? Because based on what you just said, it sounds like you have some questions yourself as to how pervasive it might be. And so what do you do to look beyond it? I assume that the IG would be interested in that. In other words, if you keep seeing these things come up, the chairman has mentioned various things, and I'm just curious, what do you do?
Well, by publishing our reports, we're hoping that there is some deterrent effect to that. I do know that the Park Service is making some effort to make a determination as to how pervasive.
Are they moving fast enough? I guess that's the question. There's no reason why a woman should, any woman should be, or a man should come to work. There are people watching this right now, and from the Park Service, and they want to know that these issues are being resolved, and I know that you do too. And so it seems like there's a delay. And you used some words that were very interesting. You said they try to avoid discipline altogether, something like that. And what that says is that it reminds me of an old boy system, where you say, okay, or wink and give you a wink, and you can get away with it, and we'll transfer you and keep you on the same level as a supervisor. I mean, can you help us with? The question is, are they moving fast enough? Because it's not. It doesn't give anybody any relief to know that this stuff just goes on. And Mr. Jarvis will tell us that he's doing things, but to be very frank with you, I don't think he's moving fast enough. But I want your opinion and what can be done better.
Quite frankly, I don't know the status of what the Park Service has done or is doing right now. I agree with you that people should, in any environment, be able to come to work free of sexual harassment, and would hope that the Park Service is taking the kind of action with the survey that they're talking about to understand the breadth of the problem and then to come up with some corrective action.
Mr. Jarvis, the same question. What steps is the Park Service taking to determine how pervasive sexual harassment is at its facilities?
So let's start with the Grand Canyon. There were 18 specific actions that the Inspector General recommended. They had due dates of mostly by the 1st of May. Almost every one of those have been implemented. There's a second set that's coming forward, but they range from personnel to change in field operations to training to communication, and specifically to disciplinary actions on individuals that were either committed or omitted activities related to the canyon. So we are aggressively pursuing that at the canyon.
Now,
on the
whoa, let's rewind. Staff tells me that most of them have not been addressed.
Well,
I want to, the chairman has already made it clear that he has some concerns about your being able to tell the truth. So I want to remind you, you're under oath. And would you answer that question again?
Yes, sir. So I have a summary of actions in response to the Inspector General's report as of May 23, 2016, that were prepared by our Intermountain Regional Director. I cannot go into the details of the disciplinary actions in this forum, but I can tell you that they are all underway. We've closed down the River District. All river trips are being done by third-party private river rafters. We're evaluating that.
Let me. I only have a limited time. I want to help you answer my question because I'm not trying to trip you up. Director, how many of these action items have been fully completed as of today? You said there were 22, right?
18.
18.
There are 18.
And how many, Director, have been completed as of today?
I'd have to count up. Can I count?
Yeah.
Okay.
You probably reached the same number I reached, 7, but go ahead.
4, 6, 7. There are 7
Very good.
of the 18 that are completed.
Well, you just said the majority of them were. Isn't that what you said?
Well,
did I miss something?
7 are completed. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 that are actively underway, but not finalized. Like the disciplinary actions take time to pursue, but they are actively underway.
Do you agree with that, Ms. Kendall? I know you don't. You said you don't know everything he's doing, but just based what he just said, do you agree that with regard to the things that should have been done, that they should take all of this time? I guess that's what I'm getting at.
Because I don't know the details, sir, I can't opine on that. I do know that disciplinary action does take time. I'm happy that the National Park Service is actually taking disciplinary action, and my recollection is we only had 3 or 4 specific recommendations, so I'm not completely familiar with the 17 or 18 items that he's talking about.
Mr. Jarvis, my time has run out, but I want you to go ahead and tell me what you've done. I think for the benefit of the entire committees, because I'm gonna tell you, I'm not sure that you need to be in this position. But go ahead.
So service-wide, I think the Grand Canyon is an indicator, as well as Cape Canaveral, that we may have a significant problem of sexual harassment in the service in certain areas. I want to state up front, the vast majority of the employees have a safe work environment. However, in discussions with the Department of Defense Office of Sexual Assault Prevention and Response, we engaged their leadership with our leadership to talk about this for over 3 hours at our last National Leadership Council meeting. General Nichols, who leads that office, indicated that if you have this level of pervasion in one place, it's an indicator you may have it in other parts.
And when was that meeting? When was that meeting?
It was in May. And so we have launched, a team effort in my office specifically to focus on how we are going to address this service-wide. The second is one of the General's recommendations was that we need to do a prevalence survey. That means to look entirely across the system anonymously to allow employees to report that whether or not they have been or are currently being subjected to sexual harassment or a hostile work environment.
I yield to the Chairman.
Just to quickly follow up on that, the superintendent at Canaveral has been there since 2010, was named in the subject of a report to Director Jarvis in 2012. The report, the allegations of misconduct in the 2012 report included allegations of reprisal that were found by the Merit Systems Protection Board to be accurate. They had to enter into a settlement. What I think you're telling Mr. Cummings is not a candid response to this problem. It was not some report that showed up in your desk in the last 2 weeks. This happened years ago. And it was, this was, again, a small group. And what you're telling Mr. Cummings here is that the majority of this has been dealt with. But when it was brought to your attention and there were reprisals for the whistleblowers, you didn't deal with it. You did not deal with it.
Just one last thing. You just said you had this meeting in May, but keep in mind that the Inspector General report goes back to November 16, 2015. Why did it take so long?
This was the first meeting of our National Leadership Council where we get all the senior leaders of the National Park Service to specifically address this.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Now I recognize the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Duncan, for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and there are very few people for whom I have higher respect than I do for Ranking Member Cummings. He has a very difficult task at times in usually trying to defend administration witnesses, but it should send a message to Director Jarvis and throughout the Park Service that Mr. Cummings did not defend Mr. Jarvis today, and instead pointed out several different types of problems that have occurred in the Park Service, and I think that's very significant. I spent 22 years, up till about 6 years ago, on the Interior Committee, and now serve on this committee and another committee. But I heard years ago that there was a $4 billion backlog, maintenance backlog, and then I heard it was $6 billion, and then I heard it was $9 billion, and now I get a material here that says the maintenance backlog is $12 billion. I have great respect also for people, for education and people who get advanced degrees. But I think the Park Service needs to stop hiring so many PhDs and master's degrees and historians and archivists and environmental activists and so forth, and start hiring more laborers to chip away at this maintenance backlog if it's not being exaggerated. I think we have at the Park Service far too many chiefs and not nearly enough Indians. But I also have been disturbed over the years by seeing that almost all, or at least a great many of federal contracts are awarded to companies that hire former high-ranking federal employees. We see that in the Defense Department. They hire all the retired admirals and generals. It seems to be throughout the federal government. But I was disturbed, for instance, when I read from the staff that the Interior Department's Solicitor's Office had concerns when the Denver office of the Park Service originally attempted to, it says, quote, originally attempted to steer the award to of this big contract to a construction firm, McDonough, Bolyard, Peck, even though their price was much higher than other qualified bidders. The Denver Service Office then canceled the solicitation for the position and later hired the same construction company under a new solicitation created with requirements that only that particular contractor could meet. Director Jarvis, do you have a system in place to question contracts when they're not awarded to the, when they're being awarded to the highest bidders instead of the low bidders? Or do you have a system in place to question contracts or to prohibit contracts from being awarded to companies that hire former employees of the Park Service?
Thank you for that question, Congressman. We do have an audit program over our contracting officers because they could lose their warrant for awarding contracts in some ways that you suggest. And we appreciate the audit and investigation by the Inspector General that has revealed this case. This is new to us, and it is something we are going to pursue actively in terms of both discipline and corrective action in terms of ensuring this doesn't happen again.
And on this book contract that you've been asked about, I understand that you said it was that the proceeds were to be donated to charity. Can you tell us how much has been donated to charity at this point?
I do not know that how much has been donated.
The staff tells us that none has been donated to charity.
The book sales, let me clarify, the book is sold by Eastern National which is a cooperating association of the National Park Service, and it is required under its agreement to return to the National Park Service 12 to 17% of its annual profit. So that funding, whatever profit they get from the book, that can come back to the Park Service directly for projects through the system. Any addition for that can go to the National Park Foundation, but none of it comes to me.
All right, let me just, my time's up. Let me just mention one other thing. I represent about half the Great Smoky Mountains National Park. That park is being overrun by thousands, many thousands of feral hogs, and I know that many people are anti-hunting, or some in this administration are don't like hunting, but we've got very serious problems that are going to lead to very serious disease problems if many more thousands of these feral hogs are not gotten out of the Great Smoky Mountains. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I thank the gentleman. Will now recognize the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Cartwright, for 5 minutes.
I thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I thank you for holding this hearing. Ms. Kendall, I have some questions for you, and I'm going to ask you to pull that microphone really close to your mouth. You're a low talker, and we need to hear you. I want to ask you about your office's investigation of the allegations arising from a February 2014 river trip that led to the discipline of 2 female Grand Canyon term employees. The women were accused of inappropriate dancing and the use of a novelty drinking straw. They received 14-day suspensions, and their contracts for employment with the Park Service were not renewed after their terms expired. Both of them alleged retaliation. But your investigation concluded that, and I quote, "We found insufficient evidence to prove or disprove the allegation of retaliation," unquote. Have I read that correctly?
Yes, I believe you read it correctly.
Well, let's go over some of the facts in your report. Is it true that one of the employees who complained about the 2 women was himself the subject of several prior complaints of sexual harassment?
That's correct.
Did your investigation find that former Grand Canyon Superintendent Ubaraga had any type of commonly known opinion about that person?
I don't know about opinion. I think he had some knowledge.
Okay, you want to share that with us?
Pardon me?
Would you share that with us, please?
Well, he launched an investigation himself internally about the conduct that was complained about earlier, the sexual harassment kind of conduct. And that report never seemed to make its way to anyone who could actually do something.
All right, and your report also notes that the supervisor who conducted the internal investigation admitted that he did not feel responsible for determining whether the complaints against the 2 women employees were exaggerated or if the allegations against them were in retaliation for their sexual harassment claims. He felt it wasn't part of his job, and this supervisor did not even interview all of the people who were on that February 14 trip. But this supervisor's investigation was used as the basis of disciplinary action against the 2 women. Ms. Kendall, your investigation found that several Grand Canyon employees and managers, including the superintendent, agreed that the internal investigation of the allegations against the 2 women employees were insufficient and incomplete. Am I correct in that?
I believe that's correct.
Did you find evidence that men who had been accused of sexual harassment received less severe disciplinary action than that recommended against these 2 women?
I believe we did.
Would you say that louder?
I believe we did.
Ms. Kendall, it's our understanding from discussions with the Office of Personnel Management that term employees have similar protections under the merit system as full-time employees. Would it be unreasonable for somebody looking at the fact pattern here involving discipline against these women to conclude that these women did indeed suffer retaliation for their claims of harassment?
Our office was unable to conclude that they did, but I think we were unable to go either way.
All right. Well, Director Jarvis, I want to invite your attention to this matter. I understand that the 2 women filed EEO complaints against the Park Service. Are you aware of that?
Yes, I am aware that they have filed.
And what is the current status of those complaints that the women filed?
I'm not aware of those two specific. There were actually 7 filings from women associated with the Grand Canyon in this incident. I believe several of them have been settled, but I'm not aware of the details.
My understanding is the National Park Service entered into settlement agreements with both of these women last week. Were you not aware of that, Director Jarvis?
No, this is being managed out of our Intermountain Regional Office by a regional director, and so I'm not directly involved.
Okay. And Ms. Kendall, were you aware of that settlement last week?
I was not.
Well, I'm happy to help. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yield.
Yield to Mr. Cummings.
Just one question. Wouldn't you want to know that? I mean, you got, I mean, a settlement, something as controversial as this? I'm just curious. What kind of management is that?
I do want to know.
You don't know it today?
I don't know those specifics. I do not.
Did you know there were settlements?
I knew the settlements were in negotiation. Absolutely.
You didn't, but you know the settlement took place?
I did not hear that the settlements had been settled. No.
Thank you.
Now I recognize the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Wahlberg, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thanks to the panel. Director Jarvis, in December of 2011, you issued an NPS memo establishing a ban on plastic water bottles sales in the national parks. Is it true that most, if not all, of the parks that have implemented the plastic bottled water ban still sell other plastic packaged beverages, soda, enhanced water, juice, etc.? Is that still the case?
Yes, sir. They still do.
Do you feel it is safe and healthy to ban the sale of bottled water?
When the public are provided an ample opportunity to get that water from a variety of sources, which we've built in, that's a requirement of the policy. They have to have filling stations throughout the park in order for them to refill reusable bottles.
Can you say with absolute certainty that this ban on plastic water bottles has reduced the garbage in national parks?
Yes, with certainty. Absolutely.
What analysis has been conducted?
We collect data on our solid waste management. I don't have that in front of me, but I'd be glad to get back to you specifically on the reduction of waste in the waste stream.
Well, I'd like to see that on reduced waste. I'd like to see it on decreased disposal costs, information on that. I'd like to see it on increased recycling since implementation. Those are issues I'd like to see. Because frankly, the question still remains, we get rid of the water in bottles and the sales of those water bottles, but we don't get rid of the sale of pop in the same bottles, energy drinks in the same bottles, juices in the bottles as well. My concern is that, I mean, we know that we need water. I've hiked enough of the national parks all across this nation to know that that's important. And the fact of the cost of putting in water filling stations leaves me a concern that there are contractual issues that we ought to be concerned with as opposed to simply letting the sales take place to people who need the water. And again, I'm not certain at this time that the necessary studies have been done to show that we've had an impact other than stopping the sale of water bottles, water in water bottles in the state parks for whatever reason, national parks for whatever reason that may be. I think there certainly ought to be questions that are raised about that subsequent to the needs of our visitors as well as contracting issues. Let me go to another issue. An Inspector General's report found that Yellowstone's chief ranger breached the terms of an occupancy agreement with NPS by failing to live full-time as agreed in the contract, full-time in an apartment on Yellowstone's grounds. Why is it important that the Chief Ranger of Yellowstone live in the park and not somewhere off the grounds?
So in many of our national parks, we have what's known as required occupancy. So a certain portion of park housing were constructed by the federal government and provided, though the employees pay rent, so that there can be quick response for emergency situations, fire, emergency medical, and the Chief Ranger leads that effort at Yellowstone.
So there's a potential of a loss of security, safety to park visitors, as well as staff without the head ranger living on site.
According to the superintendent, the Chief Ranger lived in a private quarters that still allowed him to have rapid response. It was right on the park boundary, but outside the park.
Understand that he didn't rent out, but he allowed outside visitors to live in that apartment instead of himself. Was that true?
That is correct.
Let me ask, what kind of discipline or reprimand did the ranger receive?
He did receive specific discipline. Again, I can't talk about individual discipline in a public forum, but I'd be glad to come to your office and talk to you specifically about it. But he was disciplined in this case.
Is he still in the same place?
He is not. He is a superintendent at Devil's Tower, which was a demotion.
Okay. Thank you. I yield back.
Director Jarvis, you are not inhibited in your ability to give an answer about specific discipline on a case that's asked in this forum. So you're holding back and not providing an answer to Mr. Wahlberg. There's no encumbrance here. If we ask you a question, we need you to answer it. So if you know the answer to that question, I need you to answer it.
Chairman, I've been told by my solicitors, and I would ask that that specific disciplinary actions are Privacy Act issues.
All right, we will follow up for the record with you on that to make sure, Mr. Wahlberg, that you get the answer to that question. We'll now recognize Ms. Kelly of Illinois for 5 minutes.
Director Jarvis, first and foremost, I just want to say thank you for all of your help with Pullman. I really, really appreciate it. We've talked about 18 action items dealing with Grand Canyon. Why has the implementation of some of these action items been delayed?
I don't believe that any of these actions have been delayed. In the disciplinary aspect of taking specific discipline on employees, that is a slow process. There are laws established by the Congress that are specific to federal employees. Title V, the Merit System Promotion Board, the Douglas factors, all have to be applied in the disciplinary pieces. And so that's why they have not yet been totally executed, but are absolutely in process. But they all have to be reviewed at a variety of levels before we can actually take the disciplinary action. All the others, there are no delays in the other actions.
What about some of your self-imposed deadlines? Have you met those?
I believe we have, yes.
Okay. While all of these action items are important, several are particularly critical to ensure that the perpetrators of sexual harassment are not able to harass anyone else at the national park. One action item states, and I quote, "The OIG report highlights that the majority of the incidents described by the complainants involve 4 employees of the River District at Grand Canyon. One of those 4 individuals remains an employee. In light of the OIG report, it is appropriate to take appropriate disciplinary or personal action to remove this individual from specific work environment of the River District. What is the status of the 4th individual?"
The 4th individual still is an employee of the National Park Service at the Grand Canyon, but has no involvement whatsoever with the River District operations and is in no position to continue any harassment. He is just being held in a position with his rights as a federal employee and will be subject to discipline.
So that's why he's still there, because you're just following a process.
But he's been removed from any role that he might play on the campus.
And beside being removed, has any disciplinary action been taken yet?
I'm sorry, could you say that again?
I know he was removed, and and put into another position, but has any disciplinary action been taken yet?
Not yet. No, we're still working on that.
Okay. Director Jarvis, another action item involved contracting out for, quote, logistical support of non-patrol river trips involving park staff. Has this item been completed?
Yes. So the regional director for the Intermountain region has taken very specific actions at the park, one of which was essentially elimination of the river district. And commercial river rafters are now providing the river access for the kind of activities that the rangers were doing before.
So how will contracting out the staff for river trips ensure that this won't happen again?
We are meeting and providing training to those commercial operators who've been providing services on the river. They are all under contract with the National Park Service to provide these services, and we can hold them accountable through those contracts.
And how can we be ensured that the employees that did perpetrate this not be hired again?
Well, I can assure you they will not be hired again. This will be retained as a part of their record, and the disciplinary actions will become part of their official files.
Even if they come through contractors, you can ensure that?
There actually has been discussion about that specifically, so we're talking specifically to the contractors that they cannot hire these individuals.
Okay. The Inspector General also found that the engaged an individual as a volunteer who had previously worked at the park and resigned after being suspended for sexual misconduct on a river trip. What are you doing to ensure that boatmen who engage in harassment, who have left the Park Service employment, cannot be rehired by or volunteer in any national park?
Well, again, I think it's to float the river requires a permit from the National Park Service for any, whether they are volunteer, they're a contractor, other federal agency. I think now that we are very, very aware of that, the river trip creates the potential for this kind of harassment. We are actively engaged in training, oversight, regular communications, and post-trip evaluations so that folks that are coming off of these trips are interviewed within 7 days to determine whether or not there were any issues.
Thank you, and I'm out of time. I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. We'll now recognize the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Micah, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Director Jarvis. You have 22,000 employees, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I'm told you have over 400 sites that you manage and trust for the American people. I don't have a national park in my district anymore. I did have St. Augustine. I have to tell the members and Mr. Jarvis that we have, well, at least my experience has been we have some incredibly dedicated, hardworking individuals with the Park Service who day in and day out and weekends, sometimes 24/7, do a wonderful job. And we appreciate their service, and they're doing it sometimes with limited resources and with a great crew of volunteers, too. So we have a list that's a pretty tough indictment of people who abused their responsibility. And I think you started to tell some of the problem. And I've sat through, today we have the National Park Service. We've had EPA, we had IRS, we've had Secret Service, we've had GSA. The list goes on. And we hear the same thing. You just said that you have a process that you must go through for discipline. It's almost impossible to fire a federal employee. I don't know if you'd agree with that, but it's very, very difficult, isn't it, Director Jarvis?
Yes, sir. I would agree with that very much so. I've done it a few times in my 40 years.
But it's very, very difficult.
It's very difficult.
I chaired civil service for 4 years. I found it almost impossible, and that's part of the problem we face. Civil service was set up as a protection against political manipulation or misuse of authority over legitimate working civil servants. And it's gone far beyond that in providing cover for people who don't do a good job, and it puts barriers in the way. You could probably go through these cases and cite all of the compliance that you had to do, the due diligence required by Title V, by other regulations, by other laws that constrain you from taking immediate action. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
Okay. It's hard sometimes. We can't get agency directors to come forward. But do you have any suggestions for anything that might speed up or improve the process to get rid of these poor performance or malfeasance employees?
Specifically, no, but I would certainly appreciate the willingness of the committee to work with us on some reform in this area, because I do think it is a significant problem for us to be able to deal effectively. If we do not follow the rules throughout the process, there's a high likelihood that the individual can be reinstated.
But again, we hear this. You're not the only agency with these personnel problems. Ms. Kendall, okay, you have do you see a lack of management, or do you see a similar pattern that we described, or both, with what you have observed with some of these cases?
I would say both, sir. I perhaps disagree somewhat with you in terms of the difficulty by which to remove employees. I think the failure comes in the unwillingness to take progressive discipline and document.
Oh, I like that, progressive discipline. Maybe I'll have a new liberal approach to getting rid of people who are poor performance. I actually gave a certificate in transportation. I called for the firing of Metro incompetent personnel, and then the new director came to the second meeting. He fired 20 people the day before. I presented him with a certificate of appreciation because I never hear of anybody firing poor performers. He did it. But you say it's a lack of progressive
progressive discipline and documentation.
Okay. Maybe I could do a bill, act for progressive discipline and documentation. But you think that could be something that we could do to get a better handle on this?
I think it's something that good managers do if they've got both problem employees.
Maybe an executive order to that effect might help. Thank you. I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Now recognize the gentlewoman from the Virgin Islands, Ms. Plaskett, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning, everyone. Thank you first, Director Jarvis, for the work that the park is doing. I had a meeting with you and some other members about the reports and books that you've been putting out regarding reconstruction, the Underground Railroad, and for the work that you have for opening the parks to young people, the fourth grade initiative. That's very important, I think, in the communities that the park is enlisted to be around. One of the concerns that I have, and I think that is an underlying issue with the park, is not just the misconduct of its employees, but the misconduct from the employees' perspective is really related to a disregard, I think, for individuals that are not in senior management potentially, or not even necessarily part of the park service itself. In the Virgin Islands, as you know, the park plays an integral role in our community. It takes up large masses of land, particularly on the island of St. John, the entire Buck Island, the waterways surrounding the Virgin Islands are are incorporated by the National Park Service. And so the relationship that we have with the park is very, very important. And one of the things that I hear continually from my constituents is a pervasive disregard and notable disconnect between the park and its local employees, as well as the local government, and in fact, the people of the Virgin Islands. And I wanted to talk with you about that. I've had some very substantive conversations with the regional director, Stan Austin. I think that he's making headways in some of this regard, but I can't miss an opportunity with you being here to address some of these, and maybe you can speak as well to this. First of all, you know, the National Park receives funding for Youth Conservation Corp., YCC, which is a source of income for the children in those communities, is an opportunity for young people to learn about the park and potentially train them to be excited about careers that involve the national park. And this would then create a relationship between the park and its local people. And another reason why this is so important is because of the enabling legislation here in Congress that created the Virgin Islands National Parks. And one of the main components of that I continually hear from our constituents is language that says that the Secretary, meaning Secretary of the Interior, is authorized and directed to the maximum extent feasible to employ and train residents of the Virgin Islands to develop, maintain, and administer the Virgin Islands National Parks. I don't know if you're aware of this particular piece of language. Are you aware of it, Director Jarvis?
Yes, but not how it's been implemented, but I am aware of it.
And reading that particular language, how do you, to the extent feasible, employ individuals and direct them to develop, maintain, and administer the Virgin Islands National Park if individuals that are from the Virgin Islands who are not part of the closed national park system can't apply for employment within the national parks?
Well, fortunately, Congress has given us a couple of new hiring authorities most recently that give us a much greater ability to do direct hire at the local level into permanent employment. For a long time, it has been very difficult for local hires to sort of break in to federal service. But recently, Office of Personnel Management, the Public Land Corps legislation has allowed us that young people working as seasonals for the National Park Service, which is a fairly easy bar to get in because we hire about 8,000 seasonals a year, or if you serve in a Youth Conservation Corps position like a Public Land Corps, you can attain essentially career status, non-competitive status.
So that's an interesting point that you raise about the Youth Conservation Corps, because the Virgin Islands has used that in the past. And on the island of St. Croix, it's an active engagement. But on St. John, where the relationship with the park is much more intrinsic and much more involved, there has not been an active Youth Conservation Corps. Although they have received the funding for it for a number of years, they have stopped, in fact, utilizing this for the local kids that are there on the island of St. John. What's the reason for that?
Well, I think it's a mistake. And I have talked to Regional Director Austin specifically about it. And, you know, Congresswoman, it's an issue in San Juan, Puerto Rico. It's an issue, as you mentioned, in the Virgin Islands. It's an issue in Alaska with Native Alaskans. It's also an issue in the West in working with young people.
Excuse me, if you would allow my indulgence, Mr. Chairman, I don't care that it's a mistake. It's a mistake that has had very severe consequences to the people of St. John. On the island of St. Croix, you're employing 18 to 20, sometimes more students a year. On St. John, you have hired no one for a number of years on the island of St. John, where this park is very important. That then affects the individuals who are at the park. The superintendent on St. John, as well, has had changes made to the national park in terms of access to land, construction plans, closure of fishing boundaries without community input, and proper notification of the people of St. John or the local government as well. Is this a mistake as well? And why are the people of the Virgin Islands being subjected to these continued mistakes by the park?
Well, it is something that we are addressing very specifically, and I apologize to you for that. It is not our intent to disregard in any way, shape, or form the people of St. John or any of the islands. We think that they know the islands better than we do. They know the resources, they know the history, they've lived it, and we need them to be a part of the National Park Service, and this is something that we are addressing aggressively through the Southeast region.
Mr. Chairman, just so you're aware, and I would love to hold the record open. When I talked about lack of access to private properties, since 1989, with Hurricane Hugo, from 1989, individuals living on the island of St. John have not had access to their own private property because that access is landlocked by the national parks. And repeated requests by our local legislature, our government, and individuals have not afforded them the ability to even visit the land that they live on because they have not, the parks, the management of the park, the superintendent, have not thought it's a priority to allow them to have public access to that.
You have a great deal of sympathy from me, and we have similar issues out west, and I thank the gentlewoman for her passion and perspective on this. We'll now recognize the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Gosar, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. Director Jarvis, my state of Arizona is no stranger to national parks. In fact, we're talking about one today. We're the home of 22 national park units, including monuments, historical sites, parks, and more. As a result of the outsized impact national parks and monuments have on the land management, economy, and everyday lives of my constituents in Arizona, the seemingly careless nature of the National Park Service management of the deferred maintenance backlog really troubles me. It is reported that the growing tally of backlog infrastructure needs within the Park Service, such as roads, bridges, visitor centers, and campgrounds, which need significant maintenance or repair, has reached nearly $11.5 billion. Is that number correct?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
So one of the most significant projects in that backlog is the Arlington Memorial Bridge, just a few steps away from the National Park Service headquarters right here in Washington, D.C. That bridge is in need of a $250 million overhaul. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Yet, National Park Service officials who knew how dire the bridge situation was dropped the ball and nearly lost out on significant Department of Transportation funding assistance because they couldn't get their application paperwork on time. That's flat embarrassing. Now, the National Park Service can't even manage what it has in its own front yard in Washington, D.C., yet it expects the American people to trust that it can manage hundreds of millions of acres spread across the furthest and far-flung reaches of the American continent. On top of this $11.5 billion heap of mismanagement and neglect, the administration continues to pile on millions of more acres of lands and to the problem through the National Monument Declarations using the Antiquities Act. Certain special interest groups have been pushing for the President to circumvent Congress and to move 1.7 million acres in northern Arizona out of successful management agreements by other federal, state, and private entities and into the Park Service as the Grand Canyon Watershed National Monument. Their intentions are clear. They want this designation in order to prevent hunting, mining, timber harvesting, and grazing on this massive swath of land, even if it means heaping more acres onto the queue of mismanaged projects within the National Park Service. Now, Director Jarvis, do you think it is wise to be adding millions of additional acres to the Park Service's already burdened management structure when such lands are currently successfully overseen by other state and federal agencies?
I think that the Park Service in its history has always grown, both by act of Congress and by the act of the President. I am a fiscal conservative, and I do not like taking on new responsibilities to the National Park Service that impact our financial house.
Well, then let's get specific then. So is the administration currently working on designating a new national monument in Arizona?
That is a power of the White House. That is not
well, let's get down to the dirties here. So let's be more specific. Have you been approached in regards to the Grand Canyon Watershed National Monument by the administration?
Not by the administration. Advocates have approached me on it, yes.
Okay. Any other areas in Arizona?
No, not that I remember.
Okay, let me be more specific. How about the Sonoran in southeast and western Arizona?
No.
How about Sedona?
No.
Okay.
No, sir.
My office currently has a FOIA request at the Department of Interior regarding this proposal and the coordination between land agencies and environmental groups. Will that request collaborate the information you shared here today?
It will for the National Park Service. I cannot speak for the rest of the department.
Okay. Director Jarvis, you and your agency mismanaged funding opportunities already right in front of you. You can't even maintain the infrastructure in your own backyard. The Arlington Memorial Bridge is only 2,000 feet long and it's falling apart. You should not be handed over millions more acres via the Antiquities Act just to lock up in your agency's abysmal management. You may think that the National Park has the capacity to control even more public land, but I have a list of 11.5 billion reasons why you are wrong. Now, you said you're a conservative in that regards. You know, going back to the gentlelady from the Virgin Islands, doesn't your appropriation process, doesn't it show a lack of leadership by making sure that the proper processes are appropriated and funded?
No, sir. We make a request every year for appropriations to meet our needs, and we get about half of what's expected.
Oh, no, let's go back. I mean, the gentlelady actually said the money actually went to those areas, and they go to the West. Why aren't they being appropriated to the proper protocols and having proper oversight?
Well, I'm not aware specifically. We're talking about YCC money versus maintenance backlog funding. Sir, we have an $11 billion backlog in maintenance because we only get about half annually what we need to keep up.
You telling me that there's no inadequacies within your process of oversight and adjudication of those monies?
We are putting every dollar we have in as a priority into our maintenance backlog, including our roads and bridges through the Federal Transportation Bill. But we did not receive adequate funding in the Federal Transportation Bill to address the backlogs of even one bridge, the Arlington Bridge.
I think that the gentleman.
Thank the gentleman. We'll now recognize the gentlewoman from the District of Columbia, Ms. Norton, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do appreciate this hearing. I do want to say, especially considering that I'm a former chair of the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission, it distresses me to hear that the Park Service has what appears to be a systemic problem of sexual harassment. It does seem to me it calls for action at the highest level, not simply to process complaints and make sure they are handled fairly. And I hope you will take that as your mission. It's interesting that my colleague asked about the the Arlington National Bridge. I was certainly going to ask you about that, and then chastises you for not funding. I mean, how can Congress really do this? The Park Service, the bridge, the Arlington Memorial Bridge, that is used to go to Arlington Cemetery. It is also the gateway from the south. That bridge alone needs to be rebuilt. The cost will be $250 million. Everybody in this region is trying to get that money, $250 million, and yet the Park Service has appropriated by this Congress in the FAST Act, the last bill, $268 million for 4,500 miles of unpaved roads, 1,400 bridges, and I haven't exhausted the list. So it's time the Congress stopped beating up on agencies when the Congress itself is at the root of the problem. You put $268 million in for the entire country, and then you beat the Park Service about the head and shoulders for not keeping the Memorial Bridge up. My goodness, it takes a lot of nerve not to look at ourselves and see where the problem also is. The Arlington Memorial Bridge is not a case of mismanagement. It's a case of no funds to rebuild it. Now, Mr. Jarvis, the Federal Highway Administration says it's going to close this bridge that leads to the Arlington Cemetery within 5 years if it's not rebuilt. Do you think it will last 5 years? It gives you 5 years to rebuild the bridge. You've already shut down some traffic on the bridge. How much longer does this bridge? Is it one of the older of the busiest bridges in your inventory?
We have a lot of old bridges throughout our inventory, but this is the most expensive and most complicated and highest use bridge in the National Park System, so it is our #1 priority. It was our #1 priority in the reauthorization of the Transportation Bill in terms of request for funds for these kinds of high profile projects that are in serious condition. Based on the Federal Highways Administration's engineering assessment, which was being done regularly, that the bridge is subject to imminent closure in 2021, but we did do some emergency stabilization on it with Federal Highways, so it will last to 2021.
Director Jarvis, with a lot of work with the senators from this region, we were able to get an application in. Will that fully fund the bridge? And if not, where will the money come from?
So we are, thank you, it was the District of Columbia that co-signed our application. That was a requirement, and that was really what all of the effort was to get either the Commonwealth of Virginia or the District of Columbia to co-sign.
And mind you, this is a Virginia bridge, but go ahead.
I'll let you debate that with the Virginia congressman.
And Senator Warner was very helpful.
And you were all very helpful. And ultimately, we did get an application in, and we are currently discussing with the Federal Highways Administration a schedule for repair to this bridge that will.
Where will the rest, how much funds, there's an application into the Park Service. What will that fund, and will that take care of it? And if not, where will the rest come from?
I do not know how much the Federal Highways is willing to put up for this bridge. There are various scenarios based on how much they can put up annually. There's a lot of applications out there for this money all across the country with a lot of bridges. As you know, the infrastructure in our nation has a lot of challenges. So there's a lot of competition, but I do think we have a very strong commitment from the Federal Highways Administration to work with us to come up with a schedule that will repair the bridge and minimize the impact to traffic. But I don't have the hard numbers yet. They haven't made the decision.
I wish you'd get this committee, please, Mr. Jarvis, the latest numbers on the funds, where they will come from, and whether there will be any shortfall. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Now recognize the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Heiss, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think it's clear that the National Park Service, certainly under the direction and action of Director Jarvis, is desperately in need of some oversight. Being a member of the Natural Resources Subcommittee on Oversight and Investigations, we actually had a hearing last month on this very subject. I want to thank Ms. Kendall for being a part of that and for being back here today. Director Jarvis, in your testimony, you stated that you were held accountable for the book deal where you wrote it without approval from the Ethics Office, and your punishment is, as I understand it, monthly ethics training for the remainder of your duration. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. That's one component.
Okay. I think that's, personally, I don't think that goes far enough, but that's not going to be the point of my questions here. You stated that you've been held accountable for the book debacle, but we also have seen in the hearing today of other problems throughout the National Park Service in Yellowstone, in the Canaveral Seashore and Grand Canyon River District, sexual harassment and other issues. And these individuals were allowed to retire or they were transferred. You stated the need for people to be held accountable for their actions. Do you believe that these people have been held accountable for their actions?
I believe we are following the regulations related to federal employees, and we are applying appropriate discipline. If they are eligible to retire, then they can do that at their...
So you think it's appropriate discipline?
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay. Ms. Kendall, let me ask you, do you believe it's appropriate discipline?
It's hard to say whether it's appropriate. I think it's more the appearance. I would use as an example the chief ranger who was then demoted, as I understand it, in terms of grade, but took the position of superintendent, which by appearances anyway, seems to look like it was more promotion than demotion.
All right, yeah, well, I mean, we've got people who, I mean, egregious behavior, sexual harassment, for example. Would you say that this is a pattern in the National Park Service?
I don't have the data to say it's a pattern, but it's certainly a concern.
Back to you, Mr. Jarvis. When we hear that employees who engage in misconduct
or mismanagement are not held accountable, and that is precisely what we hear. When we hear that, it sounds like leadership actually condones misbehavior at the Park Services. How do you think this affects morale?
Well, actually, I think the fact that I am being disciplined sends a message that no one is exempt in this agency. And I think that employees are being disciplined. Appropriate action in accordance with the rules and regulations that govern federal employees are being applied appropriately throughout the system.
Discipline and punishment is one thing. Hand slapping is another. I would hardly call what's taking place as discipline. Ms. Kendall, back to you. In recent cases of misconduct that you've investigated, how many people have been fired?
I'm not aware of any that have been fired, sir.
All right, so they are retired, perhaps, but not fired.
Perhaps.
Perhaps. But you're not aware of any who have been fired. Director Jarvis, do you find this disturbing?
I find that it is the system in which we live. Firing a federal employee is
That was
very,
not my
very
question.
difficult.
That's not my question. Is it disturbing that people who are engaged in this type of misbehavior, is it disturbing to you that they're not being fired?
Their behavior is extraordinarily disturbing to me, but I am a federal employee, and I understand the rules and regulations that apply to them, and frankly, I don't have the power in most cases to fire these employees.
All right, you still didn't answer my question. It's disturbing to us, too, the behavior, but it's also disturbing that they're not being fired. Real quickly, is there, Ms. Kendall, are you aware of NPS employees who are afraid to report misconduct?
I'm not specifically aware of precise NPS employees that are afraid of reporting misconduct, but I do believe that across the Park Service and throughout the department, there is some fear by employees to report misconduct.
Why would people be fearful, Director Jarvis? And I'll close with this.
Well, I think that I don't believe it's fear. I believe that they don't think action will be taken. And I think that what you're seeing today with these reports, and I appreciate the reports from the Office of Inspector General, and the actions that we're going to take and are taking, we are going to see more reporting. I think we're going to get more people to be willing to step up because they're seeing management actually taking action.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Will the gentleman yield before he yields back with the indulgence here?
I'd be happy to yield.
Mr. Uberunga, what happened to him? Did you discipline him?
Mr. Uberunga was going to be subject to discipline. We were preparing a disciplinary action for Mr. Uberunga for his omission of action based on the reporting in 2013. In consultation with the regional director for the Intermountain region, who is his line supervisor, and the deputy director for operations here in Washington, who's the line supervisor for the Intermountain region, the three of us unanimously agreed that Grand Canyon needed new leadership immediately, that Mr. Uberunga was incapable, even though he has performed well in other issues, he was incapable of leading the change we needed to the Grand Canyon. So as a senior executive, he is subject to being transferred, and I told him I was transferring him out of the Grand Canyon immediately, and he chose to retire.
So you did offer him a position, another position?
I did.
Okay. Gentleman yields back. We'll now recognize the gentlewoman from New Jersey, Ms. Watson-Coleman, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I really don't know where to begin here because the picture that seems to be painted from the discussion and from the questions and answers is that this is a dysfunctional organization with very little accountability and not very good leadership. I want to ask you a couple of questions regarding the Park Service as an employer. What percentage of women and minorities do you have employed in the Park Service? You have 22,000 employees, I think you said. What percentage of them are minorities, and what percentage of them are women?
I don't have that data in front of me. I'd be glad to get it to you. I would say in terms of women, I'm just roughing it here. I don't know specifically off the top of my head, but we're probably 55% male, 45 women. And I think in terms of representative minorities, we are significantly low. We do not represent the demographic of the nation. And I will be glad to get you the hard statistics, though.
So you're the director. Is that your title? What is your title exactly?
Director.
Director. And under you, are there a series of deputy directors or assistant directors?
There are 2 deputies. Both of them are women.
And under them?
There are 7 regional directors that serve in the field. And then we have associate directors here in Washington for specific programs.
Are you familiar with the requirements of EEOC in terms of the development of a plan and the responsibility and accountability for the implementation of that plan?
Yes, ma'am. I am very familiar with both the recommendations of EEOC in terms of a model program and how to implement it.
Who in your organization is responsible for that?
Our Associate Director for Human Resources.
And to whom does that person report?
To the Deputy Director for Operations.
So is that in violation of the guidance from EEOC? Is that not supposed to be a function that reports directly to the director?
The EEOC model program definitely recommends that the EO office report directly to the director.
And so why is that not the case with you?
Well, when I came on in 2009, it was actually buried 3 levels below that. We moved it up to directly report, but I agree with you that I think that it should be moved to report directly to the Director of the National Park Service, and that's an action we're going to take.
What kind of training and management development does your staff generally and routinely get? How do they get informed about the laws? How do they get informed about creating a culture that would discourage sexual harassment or any other kind of discrimination? What is it that's done proactively, routinely, and sustainably that would help to create a better climate there?
So when I came on in 2009, I actually created the first program for relevancy, diversity, and inclusion in the history of the National Park Service. I specifically gathered individuals through the organization that represent the diversity of our nation, creating the Allies for Inclusion, and they have been working directly with the leadership of the National Park Service to help us create an inclusive workforce, one that reflects the diversity of the nation and has a work environment that is supportive of diversity, that being ethnic diversity, sexual orientation, women, young people, the whole range. And so we use that information both to communicate. I've done a number of web chats, specific videos out to the field on EO, on inclusion and diversity as well.
Thank you. Director Jarvis, the information that I have is that the EEOC function or functionary still reports 3 levels below you. So when did you change that reporting level, and when?
I moved it up. No, it does move. It has been moved up. But I agree with you, and this is an issue that I've discussed with our HR, that I believe that in order to really meet the standards expected of us in EOC, and particularly in light of these new issues that have come out, that clearly there is the potential for sexual harassment to occur in other pockets in the National Park Service. I think EOC, or the EO office, needs to report directly to me, and to meet the standards, which are regular reporting to me and to the leadership, having advocates that represent the diversity of the nation, and a regular understanding at the senior leadership about these issues. So I think there's change afoot.
All right. May I just bring something to
Sure,
you?
go ahead.
The report that was submitted for 2015 indicates that each region has an EEO manager that reports to a regional director, and that the EEO director is under the third level reporting structure. So I think that maybe there's a lack of communication within your organization as to who reports where, which is sort of a red flag that we have some serious problems with accountability and responsibility there. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank the gentlewoman. Now recognize the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Hurd, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The national parks are awesome. I have the pleasure of representing 7. I get to represent Big Bend National Park, which is headed by an amazing superintendent. She really is a treasure for the federal government. Y'all have a hard task to make sure that these jewels of our nation are around for future generations, and that future generations continue to interact with them in the ways that past generations have. It's been a real pleasure over the last 17 months that I've been in Congress, when I crisscross the district and talk, throughout the country about encouraging Americans to find their park, or his or her park. This is an important resource for our country. It's unfortunate that we're here today talking about sexual harassment, poor culture of management. And my first question to you, Director Jarvis, is, and it's to piggyback on what my friend and colleague from New Jersey has been talking about. What steps are being taken to ensure there's zero tolerance for sexual harassment within the National Park Service?
Well, clearly, zero tolerance was not the standard at the Grand Canyon or at Cape Canaveral, Canaveral National Seashore, and that's just unacceptable. We, at the senior leadership, a discussion that I led in May, and this is the regional directors, the associate directors, and the senior superintendents of the organization, had a very open and emotional discussion about zero tolerance and why this agency has
what are you doing?
Has tolerated.
What are you doing right now? What steps, what concrete steps have been taken to ensure this culture changes?
So the first thing that we feel, as recommended by the Department of Defense, is a prevalence survey, and that is to get baseline understanding of whether or not or how much harassment is occurring in the workplace, in the service. So getting that survey done, we've committed to doing that by a third party as soon as possible. I can't give you a specific date because we have to go through a contracting process to get there. But that's the first step. We have reinforced a message to the field on zero tolerance, and I think we're making very public the actions we're taking at the Grand Canyon, in particular about disciplinary actions and expectations of behavior to meet the zero tolerance policy.
So Director Jarvis, in your opinion, and I know you're getting ready to do a survey, in your opinion, what allowed this kind of culture to seep in these two parks that we've been talking about today?
I think one was the conditions of the particular activity create an environment that vulnerable individuals can be preyed upon. So this is an area that Department of Defense has made within Defense, they have sort of special unit. In the Park Service, we have what we would call special units: river districts, fire crews, trail crews. These are places where individuals are thrown together in a tough environment, and the potential is there. So this is an area we're focusing on particularly right now. And we've made management aware across the system that these are areas that you need special attention. We have to create an ombudsman, an individual that individuals that are subject to this harassment can call safely. I mean, if it's your supervisor that is harassing you, that's a bad reporting chain if you have to report this to the person that's actually harassing you. So we've created the opportunity for, outside of that, to be able to report this issue so that we can get to, and if we find it, we're reporting it to the IG and saying we need to go in and investigate.
Well, you mentioned the fire crews. I also represent Guadalupe Mountains National Park. I know this place where you served with at one point, over 14,000 acres on fire, and what those fire crews are doing is heroic work. And Ms. Kendall, my last 30 seconds to you, what types of steps should be taken by the National Park Service to address the poor culture of management and the lack of accountability and leadership?
Well, I think holding individuals accountable for misconduct, Mr. Jarvis is correct in that you cannot always make public how discipline is imposed, but doing it regularly, I mentioned progressive discipline, documentation, it's something that can be done, and if it's done properly, it's very effective.
I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank the gentleman. We'll now go to the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Lawrence, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member Cummings. The deputy, this question is to you, Director Jarvis. The Deputy Secretary of Interior reviewed the IG's finding and issued a memo concluding, and I quote, "The Department has reviewed the report of investigation carefully and come to the conclusion that Director Jarvis did violate federal employee ethics standards." Do you agree with that statement?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
When asked by the Inspector General if, and quote, "looking back, you, quote, would you have done anything differently?" you replied, "Would I have done the same thing properly? I think I knew going in that there was a certain amount of risk." Why would you say that? That makes it look like you didn't care about the ethic rules.
Well, let me apologize for that. I was absolutely wrong in that statement.
On May 27, you sent an email to all Park Services employees that said, and I quote, "I failed to initially understand and accept my mistake. That was wrong." What part of the mistake did you initially fail to understand, and what happened between your interview with the IG when you said you would probably do the same thing again, and then on May 27th when your email that you stated that you were caused to accept that you had made a mistake? Can you walk me through that? What changed?
Well, one of the requirements under my disciplinary action is that I receive ethics training. And I have been spending that time with the Departmental Ethics Office. And I have to say that I've developed a much deeper understanding and respect for and appreciation for the work of the Office of the Department of Ethics. And I think that has resulted in me reconsidering and rethinking my position on this and saying that I was completely wrong. And in doing so violated the ethics standards for the Department of Interior, and I apologize for that.
Sir, how long have you been the director?
Since 2009.
And are you saying on the record today that from 2009 until your ethics training, you were unaware of the requirements, the ethical requirements of your job?
No, ma'am. I served as the National Park Service ethics officer, and I was well aware, but not at the level of detail that I have now.
That's a very hard pill to swallow. If you're training others and you're not aware of what your ethical responsibilities were, how could you train others and be responsible for it and not be personally aware?
So in the execution of the book, I thought I was following all of the ethical standards that are required of me. I was using a source that the Park Service normally uses. I was not personally benefiting. I was doing it on my own time. All of those are the ethics requirements. What I did not do was seek the advice of the ethics office, which would have clarified my mistakes right up front. And that was the ethics issue. And I think that the discipline that I have received is appropriate to the action, and I think I've been open about my mistakes to everyone that has been involved.
We all are human and make mistakes, but we are also hired to do a job that requires us, especially in leadership positions, to set an example. I'm disappointed that your understanding, especially based on your previous requirements in this federal agency, did not allow you the depth of understanding and your failure to meet the ethical requirements. I yield back my time.
Before the gentlewoman yields back, would she yield to me for a second?
Yes, sir.
Director Jarvis, the problem I have with the answer that you think you are dealing with the highest of ethics in this, particularly with the book deal, is the documentation shows the opposite. You sent a letter or an email to the person that would be the publisher. There's a follow-up email asking for the conversation because essentially you knew that you had to have them ask you to do it, as opposed to what really happened was you told them that you wanted to publish the book, and you compounded the problem ethically by writing a handwritten note to the secretary assuring her that it was of the highest ethical standards by saying it was reviewed by ethics and that they had asked you to do it, which was a lie. This wasn't an innocent mistake. It was a pattern. It was deceptive, and I think you knew that you were creating an ethical problem. And as you said, I think candidly to the IG, I'm willing to take that risk. Many times I've had these types of problems. I believe you when you write that. But the pattern, the documentation that Ms. Lawrence is talking about is clear. You asked them to do this. They sell millions of dollars worth of stuff through the parks. They need you. You had a telephone conversation, and then they sent you a letter saying, oh, yes, this is what we need from you. That's a pattern. And it was unethical. I yield back. Now recognize the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Conley.
I thank the Chair. Well, forgive me if I have a dissenting voice here. I'm not quite sure what the tempest is in the teapot with respect to the book. Ms. Kendall, so Director Jarvis wanted to surreptitiously publish a book and benefit from it. Is that correct?
That's my understanding, yes, sir.
Surreptitiously benefit?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Please speak up. We can't hear you.
I'm sorry. What was your question?
My question was, your finding is Director Jarvis deliberately and surreptitiously engineered the publication of a book that he surreptitiously wrote in order to benefit surreptitiously personally.
I don't believe that we concluded that he would benefit
No, you didn't. He benefited not at all.
That's correct.
His motivation was to help the Park Service on its centennial. Is that correct?
I believe so.
Well, what a crime. What a terrible thing for the head of the Park Service to want to promote the Park Service on its 100th anniversary. And ethically, we're going to what? Burn him at the stake and destroy his reputation? Because, all right, some rules were put aside. They were put aside, if I understand it correctly, because there was a deadline we were approaching, and he had some legitimate concern about that deadline, that if we didn't kind of expedite it, it wasn't going to happen because no one else was doing it. Fair enough?
It was a self-imposed deadline if it was a deadline.
Well, the centennial is not a self-imposed deadline. When's the centennial?
You're right.
Right. That's what was in his mind. He wasn't going to benefit from this. The proceeds he dedicated to the Park Foundation. You know, I must say to my colleagues, we might walk a little humbly in the face of the Lord when we're a body that's been accused individually of sexual harassment. We've had charges brought against members, including of this committee. We've had people involved in book deals, brought down 2 speakers. Doesn't make it right. Of course everyone should follow the strict letter of the law. But I will say, my own experience in this body, dealing with an ethics committee, is rules can be very arbitrary. And there are 2 approaches to life. One is a common sense kind of, work it through approach, and the other is a very juridical, law-driven, rule-driven approach to life and religion and politics. The latter may be a comfortable fit for some, but it's not really a practical approach to life. Sexual harassment is a different matter. But I have to say, with respect to the book thing, shame on everybody for making it such a big issue. I don't think it is. And Director Jarvis, I'm sorry you have to even put up with that, frankly. Maybe you made some mistakes, maybe you cut some corners, but the motivation, to me, was to try to help the Park Service. And I don't share my colleagues' outrage or faux outrage about it. Now, sexual harassment is a different matter. And I got to ask you, Director Jarvis, when did you become aware of the fact there was a problem with sexual harassment at Canaveral and at Grand Canyon?
So in the Canyon case, I became aware upon the letter that was sent to the Secretary of Interior that initiated.
You were
the
unaware
IG
of any problem prior to that?
Absolutely unaware.
So, and when was that? Give me just a date.
Forget the exact.
Quickly.
It was 2014.
Okay, 2014. Was that before or after the Superintendent David Ubaragua was appointed superintendent of Grand Canyon?
It was after. He'd been there for about 4
All right,
years.
so that was the sequence. You confirm that, Ms. Kendall?
Yes, sir.
And Ms. Kendall, when it was brought to Director Jarvis's attention, there was a problem. Did he take action? Did he ignore it? Did he punish whistleblowers? Did he punish alleged victims?
We received a request directly from the Secretary in response to those letters, and we undertook the investigation at the Secretary's request.
But was there any, I'm asking a different question, was there any evidence that Director Jarvis covered up, was complicit, turned a blind eye, ignored these allegations?
No, sir.
None. I thank you. My time is up.
Go to a second round. I'm not going to recognize myself for 5 minutes. Director Jarvis, you write in your testimony, and you've said that you have zero tolerance for sexual harassment. What does that mean, zero tolerance?
It means that that when sexual harassment is identified within the organization at any level, that there is an immediate response not only to the perpetrators but also to the victims of it, that zero means zero.
Does it mean you recommend that people be fired?
Again, Chairman, these are Federal employees, and jumping to firing is not an option that I have under the current laws of civil service.
You can make the recommendation. You can push for it. Can you not?
I'm subject to those same laws just like any other manager. I can't say fire that employee because that violates the whole Title V rights. There is a process we have to go through.
I understand they need to go through a process, but your recommendation does have some weight, does it not?
It definitely has weight in terms of that we have zero tolerance and that disciplinary action.
But what does that mean, zero tolerance? It doesn't sound like it means anything. We're not going to tolerate that. Just don't keep doing it. So when you have an allegation of multiple sexual harassment issues happening, I want to know what you're doing about it.
We are aggressively pursuing appropriate disciplinary action.
I want to know what you think appropriate disciplinary action is for sexual harassment.
I think removal is one of those very much possible options, and it is definitely on the plate.
So when did you make those recommendations, either in the case of the Grand Canyon or in the Canaveral situation? Did you make any of those recommendations?
I have not made those recommendations as yet. I have not been.
How many women does it take? I mean, we got dozens. So at what point do you make a recommendation that somebody be fired? Like, how many times does somebody have to be sexually harassed for it to get on your radar screen to say, you know what, enough's enough, now we're going to recommend firing?
When the line supervisor for these employees brings to me the details of their proposed disciplinary action, I will at that time make my recommendation on what should be done.
And none of the cases regarding sexual harassment in these two scenarios did you ever recommend somebody be fired?
The process for their discipline is incomplete at this point, so I have not made a recommendation that anyone be fired.
And that's the heart of the problem. That's the heart of the problem. Let me go back to this. I want to read this. This is from the testimony from Ms. Kendall, okay, the Inspector General. We're talking about the Canaveral National Seashore. The Chief Ranger was disciplined for the procurement violation, but a particular concern was that in 2015, the Chief Ranger publicly disputed a media story about a former Canaveral Park employee who had provided information to the OIGA about allegations of improper hiring and procurement irregularities. We had substantiated those allegations, and we reported our findings to Director Jarvis in 2012, but he has yet to respond to our office. To date, National Park Service has also taken no action to address the Chief Ranger's unbecoming conduct. Is that true or false?
You're asking me?
Yeah, to you. You're the director. Yes.
Sorry, I thought you were asking.
No, she wrote. I mean, I'm reading what she wrote, is that they provided you the findings in 2012 and is yet to respond to her office.
These local park issues are referred to the regional director.
So will you get an OIG report and you're referring it down to the person who created the problem? I mean,
No,
Chief
sir.
Ranger and the superintendent, right?
No, to the regional director, not to
Okay.
the park superintendent.
So you give it to the regional director, kind of wash your hands of it, but there's no response. Doesn't that get on your radar? Isn't that something you're worried about?
I am worried about that. I don't know why there was
But they got no response. Did you get a response, Ms. Kendall?
To my knowledge, no.
So you don't even respond to it. Let me go on. Last week, again, we, being Ms. Kendall, issued a report to the National Park Service on a pattern and practice of sexual harassment by the same Chief Ranger, who continues to serve in that position despite 3 substantiated allegations against him in less than 2 years. She says the National Park Service has not had time to respond to this most recent report, but with 3 other reports in 4 years, this is a profound example of leadership problem that the National Park Service has failed to address at multiple levels. What would you disagree with in her assessment there?
We have taken action on the individual at Cape Canaveral. His commission has been removed, and he's been removed from the position of Chief Ranger.
When did that happen?
I do not know the exact date.
I mean, is it in the last couple of weeks?
No, I don't know. Honestly, I can get back to you, but I do not have that
We're having a hearing about this. I mean, it's in her written testimony. You don't know the disposition of this person?
I know that his commission's been removed. That's all I know.
When his commission's removed, does he still work there?
He is still an employee.
Where?
At Canaveral.
So there's, how many sexual harassments does it take to fire a federal worker? Or even get to your point where you even recommend somebody being fired. This is a group of 50 people. There's 3 substantiated allegations, and he still works there. The guy should be arrested. He should probably be in jail. He should at least be fired, and you should at least try to fire him. But you don't do any of that. What does that say to the women there? How would you look them in the eye? You know, I got 2 daughters about to enter the workforce. I got a daughter and a daughter-in-law entering the workforce. And I don't want them to go and deal with the scum that is in your department and your agency. Because that sexual harassment, as a percentage of their workforce, is so detrimental. And I put it on your shoulders to hold those people accountable. And at least try. At least go down fighting. At least let them know, you know what, I got your back. Because sexual harassment, it ain't going to stand in my department, in my agency. But I don't see any of that. Like, I don't know. I have no idea. And you've had dozens of situations, and you've made no recommendations to try to do that. So don't complain that the system is failing you. You're failing the system. Your leadership is lacking. My time's expired. I recognize the gentleman from Maryland, Mr.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. You know, I want to just go back for a moment to my friend Mr. Connolly's comments. And I don't want you to misunderstand. And I was hoping that he would stay around for a minute. I know he has another hearing. The problem is not so much the book. You know, my pastor has a saying. It says, it's not what you do, it's what you do says about you. And it seems to me that you really had an utter disregard for the ethics rules. It's not some, you know, I can understand you trying to get the book out, but when you talk about, you know, you don't mind taking the risk, and that's how you, I mean, I think you kind of laid it out very nicely. This is how you operate. You say you take a risk, and you do it again. And I know you've come in and apologized this morning, and you apologize to your employees over and over again. But what do you think that says to employees? And there probably is a link when they see the top person in the agency, the very person who is supposed to be making sure they do the right things, and when they see you not doing the right thing, I mean, that has to affect morale. Would you agree?
Well, it's, I think my employees know who I am and have emailed me hundreds of emails of support because they look at me as a human being that makes mistakes, that I've owned up to my mistake. I've openly apologized and admitted that I was wrong. And I'm being disciplined openly, no hiding of that discipline to anyone, and that is being applied appropriately. So I think that it may affect some people from a morale standpoint, but I think that this is, I'm doing what I need to do as the Director of the National Park Service, to own up to my mistakes and apologize for them.
You know, in my other life, before I came to Congress, one of the things that I did was counsel and work with lawyers in disciplinary, when they had disciplinary problems. And we had lawyers who had stellar careers, stellar, and did one thing and got disbarred, never to practice law forever. So when you talk about your employees knowing you and what a great guy you are, you know, but when you say things like, I think I knew going into this there was a certain amount of risk. I've never been afraid of a risk. I've gotten my ass in trouble many, you got 3 manys times in the Park Service by not, listen to what you said, by not necessarily getting permission. I mean, it's like it's, and I'm trying, I'm really bending over backwards, trying to give you the benefit of the doubt. But when somebody says, it's basically screw you. This is how I operate. And then that makes me wonder, these people doing the sexual harassing, you said something else that really kind of got next to me. You said, it's not that the women are afraid, they're concerned that something will not be done about the harassment. Is that what you said?
That's part of it, yes, I do.
Well, if a young lady's sitting there watching this right now, and she's thinking about coming into the Park Service, and she knows that what this pattern, he knows that the top guy takes an attitude of, it's rules, what the hell, and doesn't see much happening, and see these things happening over and over and over and over again. I mean, what does that say to them? Well, I mean, if it was your daughter, I'm just curious. Would you feel comfortable
I think
sending her to the Park Service?
I do have a daughter who works on public health for women in Africa. And she is a very strong individual and probably watching this as we speak. And I think she would say that she would work for the Park Service because we are aggressively addressing this issue. This issue has come out, and it's incredibly disturbing to me that we have tolerated sexual harassment within our organization. But I'll tell you this, the senior leadership, the senior women of our organization are committed to rooting this out. It's not going to be easy, and it's not going to be overnight. And frankly, as we take this on aggressively, you're going to see more. More are going to come out. That's exactly what the Department of Defense told us, is that you're going to, as we aggressively pursue it, and women that have been harassed, who have not been willing to speak out in the past, will suddenly speak out. And probably we'll be back in here saying, how come you've got now 6 cases or 8 cases of harassment in the organization? And that's because we are aggressively pursuing it, and individuals are finally feeling empowered and protected and willing to speak. And that's a commitment that I'm making, and the senior part of my organization is also making, backing me up on this, that we are going to root this out of the National Park Service.
Ms. Kendall, this is my last question. He just said that we're going to probably hear more cases because women are going to feel more empowered. Can you tell us, to your knowledge, whether you have confidence, based on what you know, that would likely be the case?
I don't really have any basis to say yes or no, sir.
And your recommendations are what right now?
We did not make specific recommendations. We usually don't with our reports of investigation, except for 2 things that we did provide to the Secretary and to Mr. Jarvis. One was to be careful about backgrounds of people that they hire, because they did hire back or allowed back one of the perpetrators as a volunteer. The other was to handle internal sexual harassment investigations properly, which was part of the problem in the Grand Canyon case, is the initial investigation that they conducted internally did not proceed properly, and it was also handled improperly because it was allowed to be distributed to more individuals that needed to know about it.
Mr. Jarvis, assuming you stay in the position, what can we do to hold your feet to the fire? What would you suggest? Because we got a problem here. We got women who want to be treated properly. I don't want the norm to be you come in and you get harassed. That shouldn't be the norm. It seems like we're moving towards that, if we're not already there. From what you described to me, you said there are more cases probably coming up. Well, how would you hold your feet to the fire? Because I think, we have a duty, too, to our constituents to protect them. And, I mean, you're a nice guy, but, if people are coming into the workplace feeling threatened, I don't even see how they can do their job properly if they're sitting there feeling afraid that somebody's going to say something improper to them or force them into a position that they don't want to be in. So how do we hold your feet to the fire?
Sir, I think that you hold my feet to the fire by requiring me to come back up here and meet with any individuals or group of individuals from this committee or any of the other committees that have jurisdiction and report to you specific actions that we are taking, both a timeline, individual actions, and response through the rest of this year and the coming years. I mean, we have been getting, I think, excellent advice from the Department of Defense and the National Oceanic.
Have you been taking it?
Yes, absolutely, we have been taking it. We are actively engaged with them on this process. And I think you need to hold me accountable. You need to hold the agency accountable. And we owe it to the women and the men of the organization, that we create an inclusive workforce, a respectful and supportive and safe workplace for all of our employees. And we are absolutely committed to that, and you should hold me accountable.
Do you have a plan? You have a plan, right?
Yes, we do have a plan.
All right. Thank you.
Mr. Jarvis, Director, the IG dealing with the Chief Ranger in Canaveral sent you a report in 2012. I guess I just fundamentally don't understand why you can just dismiss that and send that off to your regional person to deal with. There's a reason why they have the Inspectors General give them directly to either directors or cabinet secretaries so it can be on their radar screen, so they can take care of it. Let me read to you another thing that Ms. Kendall wrote in her testimony. Finally, this is again talking about Canaveral, the same superintendent, not the Chief Ranger, but this time the superintendent, has been at Canaveral since 2010 and was named a subject in our 2012 report to Director Jarvis. Are you familiar with that report?
Yes, I am.
Did you read it when you got it in 2012?
I don't remember.
The employee that reported the allegations of misconduct in our 2012 report made additional allegations of reprisal that were founded by the Merit Systems Protection Board and resulted in a settlement with the National Park Service. The Merit System Protection Board noted that the superintendent was aware of the employee's allegations of procurement misconduct, did nothing to address the issue, and then failed to process an administrative request made by the whistleblower as a reprisal against her for contacting the Inspector General. Additionally, based on our report, the Merit System Protection Board noted that the superintendent showed, quote, a lack of candor, end quote, when responding to investigators and highlighted actions she took to obstruct the investigation. Yet we have no indication that National Park Service has taken any disciplinary action against her. Did you take any disciplinary action against her?
I don't know.
How do you not know that? You know, Mr. Cummings is asking if you get it, if you're responding, if you're paying attention, if you're learning, if you've got an outside Inspector General who comes in and says, there's a problem here, there's a reprisal. And I tell you what, whistleblowers who step up and do the difficult thing of saying, hey, there's a problem here, we'll go to the mat for those people. And you know what? That happened in this case. And she's telling you that they had a lack of candor. They weren't candid about this. So much so that it cost the American taxpayers, I don't know how much we had to pay this person to get them right and whole, but that person still works there, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you didn't do anything about it. So why do we believe that you will actually do something in the future? We have multiple reports going to you. These are years old. You purposely, intentionally mislead the Secretary. You've got IG reports that you don't respond to. You have more than 2 dozen sexual harassment cases. You say there's zero tolerance, but not one time did you recommend that somebody actually be fired. And guess what? Nobody was fired. If you are going to do, you've done a lot of good things in your service, I'm sure. But if you want a new direction, if you want there to be the type of park service that you claim that you want, it's going to require new leadership. And it isn't going to happen with you. You've had more than 7 years to get this right. And it's getting worse, not better. Only later do we actually see all these things percolate up to the top. But I got to tell you, if we're going to do right by federal employees, we're going to have a different change. We're going to have a change. You say in your written testimony, the thing you gave us last night, you got zero tolerance, and then you just told Mr. Cummings a few minutes ago, it's unbelievable to me that we've tolerated this for so long. It has no tolerance. Recommend these people be fired. Talk to the prosecutors so that there can be action. That's the kind of government that I want to see. That's what I think the employees of the Park Service, of which I got 2 parks in my district, that's what they want to see. Because you know what? Management is treated a whole lot different than that rank and file person, and that cannot stand. I think it's been deception. I don't think it's been a mistake. Yield back and recognize the ranking member, Mr. Cummings.
Just one last thing. There were some ladies that were dancing, and they got 14 days suspension. Is that right?
That's correct.
Can you tell us about that a little bit?
So the situation at the Grand Canyon, once the information about harassment on the River District was made aware to the management at the park level, this would be Superintendent Uberaga and his deputy, they instituted some specific policies about behavior. They eliminated alcohol use on the river trips, and they met with the river rangers and the staff as they went down before they went down the river, and said, this kind of suggestive behavior, harassment will not be tolerated. And then there was an incident on the river that involved a number of individuals, including the 2 women. So that's when the management at the park imposed the disciplinary action on the women. And frankly, I think this was an enormous mistake. It was wrong.
And why do you say that?
Well, zero tolerance is zero tolerance. It's not to be reinterpreted by the park superintendent in a way of setting new standards for behavior. He did not take action on when he was made aware that this was going on in the park. He instituted a new set of policies to try to prevent it, and it didn't prevent, and then he took action on the 2 women. They have filed EO complaints with the National Park Service, which are being adjudicated.
You know, as I listen to you, and it goes back to some of the things the chairman has been saying. I'm sitting here and I'm listening to you, and you told untrue statements to those above you and those looking into this. But yet and still, you're sitting there and you're talking all of this strong talk. But when it comes to you, it's a whole different thing. Why is that? Why should that be?
I think I have been appropriately disciplined myself, and I have apologized for that.
Say that again.
I said that if I understand your question about holding myself accountable, is that the question?
Yeah.
I believe that for the ethics violation that I did in the production of the book, I have been held accountable by the Department of Interior, by my superiors. I have been
basically got a reprimand and told that you had to have some ethics training. And then the interesting thing it was that you were an ethics officer, you told us, but you had to go back and get the ethics training.
That's correct.
Yeah, man. But last thing, let me tell you something. One of the most important, and Mr. Chairman, I think this is part of the problem. One of the most important things, one of them, and you've said many, Ms. Kendall, and it goes back to what you were asking, Mr. Chairman. You said, Ms. Kendall, that the leadership tries to avoid taking disciplinary actions altogether. I'm paraphrasing what you said. So are you capable of doing what the chairman asked? Yeah, of taking appropriate disciplinary actions.
Yes, I am.
All right, thank you. I'm finished.
Committee stands adjourned.